Hey, Maddie, can you hear this?
Uh, yeah, very quiet.
Okay. Now I'm back to the podium mic. Um,
Um,
okay. Well, podium mic and both wireless mics seem to be working.
Good, hold on.
Okay, I'm trying to get the video to work. Hello. We are getting set up. Did a audio check and now I'm working on the video. Yeah, I get a little bit of feedback. Yeah, I mean, so I think the test is podium mic. Yeah.
I can see you.
Okay, good. I was about to ask. So you can see me in front of the podium?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to mute and leave the room for a moment, but I'll come back.
Okay. No, it sounds good. Warren asked me to call him, so I'm gonna go do
Okay.
that.
All right.
Yes.
So can I?
Testing 1, 2. Test. You'll still need the microphones, but I mean, I would, yeah, I would suggest it. So, testing 1, 2.
I can hear.
Oh,
Hey, Maddie, can you hear? Hey, Maddie, can you hear me now?
I can't hear you very well, Warren. It sounds pretty faint.
I'm gonna put on a headset.
well, I still need to take this, do what I was gonna do and take it off the speakers and then
I got you.
switch it around. I haven't done any of that stuff yet.
Maddie, we're gonna try another workaround here, so we'll have to do another test.
Okay, I'll be here.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. No, that's not what I want.
I can hear that.
Ooh.
It was a little garbled sounding.
That's because it's really hot. Okay, so okay. That's USB 3.0. Testing 1, 2.
I can hear.
Oh. What about in this one right here?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sounds good?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about if I'm just out in the crowd talking and asking questions?
Yeah, I could hear that well.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Okay. Nice. So without the headset, if I'm just like talking and explaining things on this board, is it better, worse, or the same as when I had the headset on?
About the same,
Okay,
I think. Yeah, it's that. I mean, this sounds just fine. This worked.
okay, all right. I think we found a
Thanks for
solution.
your help.
All right, cool.
Hey Siri, call Maddie. Hey Siri, call Maddie Shea.
consideration.
Emily.
Framing and so forth.
Will you talk into the microphone so I can hear so I feel good about the volume?
She's working on it. Yeah, so go ahead. What's your question? Now I'm on page with you.
Well, I was gonna say
Can you hear me?
if you had any
Am I able to?
comments on the
Yeah.
takeaways.
Yes.
Yeah. I
let me
think it
pull
sounds
up.
good. Just talk a little bit
Okay.
more.
Okay. I think it should be good. And then the breakout rooms are set.
Okay, I'm gonna turn up my volume and see if it blasts me, which is a
I
good
just wanna
sign.
Make sure we're talking about.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
Awesome. We need to check the handhelds too, or I need to ask Drew if they did at least, because I know those were a problem yesterday.
Do you have those in the room?
Oh yeah, they are back here.
Okay.
Drew checked them with me maybe 30 minutes ago and they sounded great. But definitely feel free to check them again.
All right. How about this one?
Thanks, Maddie.
Right now,
Keep
Yeah, I
talking.
can hear Emily.
it's not just.
Okay. Testing.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2.
I mean, you have
Yes.
a
Like
light
the-
voice, so yeah, I can hear. I have it turned up all the way, but I can
Process.
hear you well.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to do it a bit lighter because I know some of our
Secondary,
speakers are.
Oh, and you guys,
equipment
tested, so I see that
equipment
Warren's in the breakout room and I'm sure you guys are just on top of it. I appreciate it. You already tested the breakout rooms too?
Yes.
I heard them say
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Okay. And handheld number 2 for this room.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds,
that sounds great.
Perfect.
sounds great. Thanks, you guys. I'm looking forward to a great day. Thank you.
Us
Absolutely.
too.
Their Jeff and Richard's quick feedback on the takeaway.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, sure. No, you're good.
Let me go get some.
Okay. Plug in. Save that probably. Okay. Well, let me. The case that I may wait just a second. I'll give it this. I'll give it. Right. Brazil, yeah. Are you undergrad?
Hey, Drew, can you hear me? Oh, I'll just text
Yes, I can
you.
hear you.
Okay, let me actually just text you.
Okay.
made notes and they didn't save it, then. Can't do everything. Exactly, right?
Second room? Eventually.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
You need one of us.
I mean, well, all I could do is, so I don't have, he read out the.
Whoa. Yeah. If we. Well, let me come do that because I need to look at the reformers.
Start virtual camera. Why is it so dark? The other room it's fine. In this room it's so dark.
Maybe all the lights.
Well, I was thinking about that, but that shouldn't be the case because then you're front lighting everything, right? So then the light's coming at you,
Oh, that's.
right? Not, you're not being back.
Dark.
Just so you know,
Another room is
we're hearing
fine.
you guys
This
talking.
room it's so dark.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, sorry,
we're
let me move
listening.
them into a break.
Maybe all the lights.
Well, I was thinking about that, but that shouldn't be the case because then you're front lighting everything, right? So then the light's coming at you,
Oh, that's.
right? Not, you're not being back. Dark.
Just so you know, we're hearing you guys talking.
Room it's so dark.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, sorry, let me move them into a break. Sorry, Kristen, we're moving them.
Is there anything we need before this?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the folks that are joining online. Can everybody hear me? All right. Can you hear me okay? Someone who went to camp knows how to control crowds. So, good morning, everyone from beautiful Oregon State University, Corvallis. Thank you for this incredible hosting, and thank you for the incredible weather that we're enjoying here. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm Warren Miller with FountainWorks, part of the facilitation team supporting this conference. I want to welcome everyone to day 2. Welcome our participants online. Thank you for joining us. And we'll give you some more instructions about what we're going to be doing today. But first, I would like to call up Bonis if you would be willing to open our session today. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Morena koutou. So our kupu of today is, which I'm going to teach you, is kia ora. So if you repeat after me, kia ora. So kia ora. So kia ora in Māori is and in New Zealand actually is a well-known greeting, which means hello and to be well. So if you ever see anyone around and they say kia ora, just say kia ora back. But we're going to start with our morning karakia. Do you want to do it with me today? All right. So we'll do it line by line together. Tū taua mai I runga. Tū taua mai I raro. Tū taua mai I roto. Tū taua mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū. Te mauri ora ki te katoa. Haumi e, hui e. Taiki e. Cool. Well done. Anyway, it's great to be here again this morning. Thank you for the opportunity. And what I thought we'd do as well to get the day started is we'll invite our friend Ajit to come up and we will do our song. Okay. And we might get Jaffe to come up and he can be our rangatira chief to start us off.
All right, this is time to get ready, everyone. Turn to your neighbor and say, I think I'm better than you at this. Everyone, take a stand. We're going to do things a little bit different because the Americans won yesterday's session. We're gonna have a mixed pot, and we're gonna go from the middle. Doug, from you to that side of the room. We're gonna sort of just shimmy over that way, shift over that way, and then from this side of the room, we're gonna shift over this way. So it's gonna be is north that way or south? North today is okay. North today is that way. Okay, so it's gonna be north, the south north, and the north south. Okay, so it's the south north versus the north south. So we're gonna come on this side a little bit, and then I want you to face each other. All right. So we're gonna start like that, and we'll start with the right hand side first. So the south north first, and then we'll go to the north south. Okay. So we'll all have a practice, and then we're gonna battle it out. Okay? All right. So I'll come and.
Okay, and if there's anyone who wasn't here yesterday, just follow. Okay, Jeff's gonna do a.
Oh, yes, okay. And Jeff is our, Pai Tātaki Tāni, everyone say, Pai. Tātaki. That's what Jeff is. Basically means he calls the shots. So Jeff, come to the front,
I'm gonna be neutral.
Yeah.
Now, the word Jeff is.
We can both be you.
Hopping. The word is hopping. Okay, here we go. Now
When you're ready.
Oh, again, tell me. Oh, that's right. Okay.
All together with the practice round. Awesome. Here's a little secret. With performance and carbohydrate performance and Māori performance, performing arts, if you do a simple thing of following your right hand in your performance, so you want to put your right hand up, not the other right. Now, you run watch this side, look at your right hand. Don't look at your right hand. Now look at your right hand. Now move the right hand over here and watch the right hand when you're moving it. Watch your right hand, not mine. And then over that way. Watch your right hand. Then do this. Watch your right hand. And then do this. Watch your right hand. Watch your right hand. Now what's the difference? What's the difference? Now watch this. You see the difference? Right. That's how you're gonna win. It's all the secret. All the secret sauce though. Leave it secret slices. Now in your position. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna start. Okay, let's do a rock off. Ajit and Joseph, do rock off this. Okay. What's the difference?
Salmon. Bear. Very salmon. Salmon.
Is on. Okay. Team number, what's our team name? Team Ajit. Okay, here we go. Ajit, Oi. 5. Extra points. Really, I know you're struggling with that mark. This is some excellent spontaneity coming out of the crowd. It's going to be a hard decision, I reckon. It's getting Joseph ready. Ready? Ready? On YouTube. Okay. Follow. 5.
Namahi, Isaac. Thank you for that. Kia ora.
Right, turn to your neighbor and say, yep, I'm definitely better than you. Thank you everyone for your participation. Let's enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Good morning again. I'm Jeff Steiner, the director of the Global Hemp Innovation Center. And to help kick off our welcome from OSU and the College of Agricultural Sciences, I'd like to have Dr. Sean Duncan come up. Sean is the Associate Dean for Research in the College of Agricultural Sciences. I like to say about Sean is that I've kind of added up, I've had somewhere around 18 or 20 bosses in my career. And to extrapolate that, it's, you know, I'm in my 5th decade of doing this. And Sean has been one of the most helpful bosses I've ever had in my career. He helps the Global Hemp Innovation Center. We're able to bounce ideas around, helps provide great leadership at the college level for us, to all of our faculty. So Sean, if you'd just step up, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. With that introduction, I think I should just go sit back down. I really enjoyed the opening ceremony this morning. I hope we're not moving to a haka next, but we'll let you decide that. So good morning, Kiara. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the second day of the Hemp Material Supply Chain Workshop. As Jeff mentioned, my name is Sean Duncan, and I have the privilege of serving the College of Agricultural Sciences at Oregon State University as the Associate Dean for Research and the Associate Director of the Oregon Agricultural Experiment Station. As the participants in this workshop, I expect you're already acutely aware of or becoming aware of the multitude of exciting initiatives and possibilities for hemp that have been nucleated, developed, and are being moved forward and tested as a result of the efforts of the partners and partnership forged by the Global Hemp Innovation Center. In my role as the Associate Dean for Research, I have the great fortune of working with many groups across the spectrum of agriculture and natural resources that are represented in our college, the state of Oregon and the Pacific Northwest. I particularly enjoy the relationship with the work that the Global Hemp Innovation Center does because of the creativity and passion for innovation that is integral to the fabric of this center. I particularly appreciate Jeff and his leadership in helping the center to navigate and explore the multitude of possibilities for this amazing crop. Through his leadership at the Global Hemp Innovation Center, the center has matured to become a place where critical research is pursued, where networks with other universities, research institutes, and private partners are fostered, where excellence in education and outreach on hemp production and hemp commerce is the norm. This is a place where modern principles are being developed and refined to promote hemp in its many uses. Affiliates of the center include 70+ faculty across 6 colleges at Oregon State University, associations with other land-grant universities in 10 states, and 5 tribal partnerships and relationships and partnerships in 5 countries. This center is truly an international epicenter for hemp research, outreach, and education. And you've seen that here in the past day, and you'll continue to see that in the remaining hours of this workshop. I need to share that I was particularly taken with the idea for this workshop when Jeff shared with me several months ago the potential to involve New Zealand partners. On a personal note, my family and I had the very good fortune to spend a sabbatical year at the University of Auckland several years ago. And in that year, we encountered genuine kindness and hospitality everywhere we went that was only equally matched with the exceptional research opportunity that I was able to enjoy at the university. Consequently, Aotearoa will always hold a special place in our hearts. Also, while being in the land of the long white cloud, I was exposed to something else that was rather magical and a source of pride for many Kiwis. And this unique thing is called, as you know it, Kiwi ingenuity. And in that, I am certain it will provide as a competitive advantage for the outcomes of this workshop and the search for the extended uses of hemp in the materials supply chain. In developing the remarks for today, Jeff asked me to include a few comments about a new strategic plan that our university has embraced, which was officially unveiled just 8 months ago after a year-long work by many groups. The plan is titled Prosperity Widely Shared, which we affectionately abbreviate to PWS, and has 3 main goals: a university where every student graduates, a university focused on big discoveries and that drive big solutions, and a university that fuels a thriving world. I will limit my comments to the latter 2 because goals of PWS, because I think they particularly apply to the Global Hemp Innovation Center and the efforts from this workshop. A primary action that we have identified around the tactics towards a university focused on big discoveries that drive big solutions is to build international research distinctions in areas of competitive advantage. This conference is certainly a step in this direction as part of this action plan. Another part of our plan includes building foundational strength in AI, data science, and research computing, an area where our college already excels, particularly in water, natural resources management, environmental management, economics, and plant breeding, and the latter is tied very closely with developing products in the hemp supply chain, breeding those new varieties of hemp that meet needs that are being developed now. These areas are critical in shaping the supply chain as well. Other areas are critical in shaping the supply chain as we explore hemp and its many products. The third is a university that fuels a thriving world. This embodies the integration of extension as part of the land-grant mission, the 3 missions of the land-grant university, and serves as a platform to take new discoveries and make them usable in all areas of the economy and society. But beyond Beyond the primary actions of PWS, we're also endeavored to build an enterprise approach to knowledge translation, innovation, and partnership that includes launching an economic development and industry relations strategy, building translational research support and capacity, and leveraging global networks and partnerships to create additional competitive advantage in research and education. Our commitment to this last goal is deep, and the university has developed a newly formed Office of Economic Development and Industry Relations. All of these factors come to play and are integral to the success of the Global Hemp Innovation Center, and this workshop is a springboard in that direction. I will also mention that this university is a national leader in recognizing and valuing scholarship that distinguishes innovation and entrepreneurship, very much a part of this workshop. And we recognize this as part of the responsibilities of a university faculty member. And we've pioneered a process here at OSU that recognizes the efforts of innovation and entrepreneurship as part of the faculty promotion process. These efforts serve as a model for many research universities nationally and no doubt internationally to come. In closing, I would again say welcome. I sincerely hope that in the future, we will look back at the outcomes of this conference as a pivotal point that unveiled the potential of hemp in the global material supply chain and changed the trajectory of the industry and beyond. Best of luck with your remaining time together.
Thank you, Sean. We've got a short video clip. It's deeply intellectual. It's of a really, really, I don't know how to put it. I think the technical aspects of it will really strike you deeply. And with this, it's really building on a comment that was made toward the end of yesterday's sessions that talked about how, companies don't care about sustainability. They don't care about the equity and so forth. They just care about the bottom line. And I think that's really unfair to put that strictly on the lap of companies. And I want to show you basically a perspective of how consumers play into that. We're deeply focused in here on really the mechanics, the downstream, the creation of products, the industry people that are doing that. Our expo outside really highlights that, where that's going. And we're not really talking about consumer insights and marketing and things like that. But I think this will see, there's a bigger ecosystem out there to look at. So when that's wrapped up, I think you'll get the message. Warren, you'll come on up and we'll get into our real business. But I think this is a good clip to take a look at.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform.
So that I could do a voiceover. All right. We will bring that back after this afternoon. All right. So what I'd like to do is get you oriented to what we're going to be doing today on our day 2 of our activities. The focus of today is doing a deep dive with our industry sector participants to really understand what's important in your industry, what are the opportunities for hemp, and to have some more detailed deep dive conversations. Again, thinking about our overall focus, our overall challenge, what would it take to use industrial hemp across these 4 focus industry sectors. So it's a great opportunity for our, for this conversation to go deeper today. We're going to have a breakout session this morning, and I'll give some more details on that. We'll have our lunch, and then we're going to have a breakout session this afternoon, and then we'll come back and we'll do some debriefing. We'll do some debriefing after the morning session. We'll have lunch, and then we'll debrief after the second breakout session. So that is big picture what we're doing today. And what I'd like to do is, before we get into the instructions for that, I'd like to just take a moment and open it up to you to think about what were your takeaways from the conversation yesterday. So we heard from the USDA perspective, we heard from our industry perspectives, we heard more about hemp, and we had some time to really think about, what does this mean? What's important? And I'll go through these, and then Kristen's going to help us, and we'd love to build if there are some other takeaways as you've been thinking about it since yesterday's session. One of the things that you said is, we need to think about what is it that hemp is best positioned to do, and at the same time, what is hemp not well positioned to do? What's off the table? Focusing on where your strengths are, focusing on where, and not trying to do things that perhaps you're not at a competitive advantage for, is something that came out. The importance of cost and quality as key drivers. You talked about that. And sustainability is important, but perhaps that's a question that you want to dive into a little bit more. How important is that? You talked about the importance of the industry working together, supporting each other as you build the supply chain, as you build the industry, and how you need to work together. The importance of taking this message and going out and educating across outside the people in this room. The need to develop the market. Specifically, you talked about standards and specifications. The importance of learning from the pioneers in the industry. What did they do? What worked? What didn't work? How can you not try to reinvent the wheel? The importance of a stable supply chain. The importance of investment in that supply chain. And then the need for secondary processing and equipment for the finished product manufacturing. Talked about that as one of the key takeaways today. So we've got these up on the screen today. There was a lot more that came out of the session yesterday, but I'd love to open it up to you as you think about what you've been learning from these conversations, what you're taking away as you think about the overall goal of building the supply chain. I'd love to open it up if there are some other takeaways that you're having so far. Something maybe you learned from your dinner conversations or lunch conversations, but open it up. Anyone have anything that you would like to add or clarify from one of these bullet points? Yeah, and so Kristen, we've got right up here, we're gonna do a run around the microphone.
So one of the weapons for good that I got from yesterday, it was really great to hear this, is that, and I know following on from we don't want to diss the companies because they're responding to signals from consumers, us and everybody else. But in terms of sustainability not being a great seller, but health, that's a weapon for good. And healthy homes or healthy whatever that we can do with hemp, that gives us a way in there.
Yeah.
I
Great.
see. Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you for I think it came up a couple of times. Thank you for the people that raised that.
Yeah. Thank you for adding that. We've got some other takeaways. Just raise your hand and Kristen's going to go around. We'll start over here and we'll work our way around the room. Oh, we'll come back.
I'm a futurist. I've been doing this for most of my whole life. And so I always think about 20, 30 years ahead. This is the first time I've been in the room with people that are actually making it happen now, which is awesome. I don't know what sustainable is, to be honest. I'd just really be blunt. I think we've lost the word. I don't know if it really has much value anymore. I'm just being blunt. So we use the word, we run a weekly call every Wednesday morning called Regenerational Innovation Hub. Regenerational to us means generational thinking, means we're doing actions, we're building, we're consuming with not me and my business right now, today in mind, but for future generations. And how would they want us to vote with our dollars, with our consumption and our building to help them out. So it's a different lens to look at these things, but regenerational, I think, is a more, I think we could capture that word a little bit better with the work we're trying to do here.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I think we'll come up here and then over. Yeah.
Mics from everywhere. Just carrying on that as well, not to add another buzzword, but I think I'm seeing a lot in the Bay Area material startup space that's very concerned with this, where people are coming, founders are coming with ideas directly from a sustainability background, and then they're meeting the market. And in the fashion space and material space, there's a big push for the word responsible, because it's also, it's one of those things that's open to your interpretation in a great way that catches whatever your views are for responsible. It has even a religious ethic to it of a sort of do no harm, love thy neighbor. And sustainability is within it, but it's sort of a square and a rectangle situation. So maybe that could help as well from the health perspective, responsible.
Yeah, it's great. We'll come over here.
Thank you. This is sort of kind of what you said yesterday of how do we make a non-horse drawn carriage sound like a car. And I was like, that has a lot hanging there. I don't know. But along these topics, yes, sustainability may not close a deal, but we do know it's on the radar. So how do we speak the lingo to add value? We have a responsibility with this new crop. I say this to a lot of folks is we're very blessed to be stewards of this amazing crop. Let's not screw it up and just do what everyone else has done in the past. We obviously have to fit the norm a little bit, but how do we talk the lingo? How do we talk sustainable or regenerative or whatever the verbiage needs to be? But let's not miss the chance to try to be so quick to try to find a success that we, dilute the power of the hemp opportunity. So.
That's great. Thank you. We'll take a couple more comments. Any other takeaways? Yes, Karnika.
I'd like to pay the attention to number 4. You mentioned that the importance of the industry working together.
Yeah.
But I think it has to be the stakeholders working together rather than only the industry. Get the support from the researchers and the, say architects, for example, and designers, contractors, builders. So all to work together to take it forward. So rather than importance of the industry working together, I like to correct it as stakeholders.
Yeah, stakeholders. And you use the example of, maybe in the example of building materials and building, and the importance of the architects as part of the stakeholders in that, I think is the example. That's great. We have time for just a couple more takeaways here. In the back.
So one of the things, in the industry now is there isn't a big leader. There isn't a coalition of everybody being together in one organization. The USHBA is doing a great job, but again, I think they're woefully underpowered in this industry. There's industry leaders here that, like I just met for the first time, today, but we're not affiliated in any way where we're, in a group that meets every month or every quarter or anything to push the industry forward. Everybody's working in their own little silos. And I get that's the beginning of an industry, but we really need some organization to step up and, bring us all together in one movement. We're much more powerful together than we are each in our own silos.
Yeah, thank you. We'll give you the final word here.
Well, I think that follows the same thing that we had in our discussions. One of the things that I noticed, and we had shared it in our group for our tribal consortium that we're looking at putting together. One of the reasons why I think that it's important in these grants that we're getting through the Global Hemp Innovation Center includes that is one of the things that I found was that we had some national organizations for us as Native American people that had a couple committees that started for hemp, because there was so much interest in it across Indian country. But what was interesting is those national organizations, each group that they formed had one meeting and hasn't met since. And both of those meetings were pre-COVID. So it's been a little while. So there's a need for us to have the Global Hemp Innovation Center and to have that gathering of knowledge. And then we also then need to have the other groups that are formed from it, like what we're looking at here, where we start gathering that knowledge where it can then be disseminated and given out to everyone else. And I think the more informed that we are, the more that this can grow with all of those things. So.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to continue to build on this conversation. And what I'd like to do now is give you instructions for the breakout sessions. So we're going to have, this morning, we're going to have 2 breakout sessions. One is going to be on building materials, and one is going to be on paper and packaging. So we've got these instructions up here. And so we have, we've identified for each of these breakouts, the industry participants that we want to make sure participate. And we're going to put the spotlight on you. And so I'm going to read the names of the folks that will be participating in here. So for building materials, we have, Dion and Joseph and Karnika, Sergiy, Doug, Wafy, Peter, Alex, and Maddie. So you should have a green sticker on your name tag. It says number 2. But in case it fell off, I wanted to call your name. And if you still have a question, we can see Kristen in the back of the room. We want to make sure that you participate in the building materials breakout session. So we're going to put the spotlight on you. Some of these participants are also participating virtually as well. So for those who are the virtual participants, Maddie is going to put you in the breakout room, and so you'll be joining the in-person participants. So the second is paper and packaging, and I'll read the name: James, Mark, Phil, Mike, Yanyam, Christine, and Ralph. And so you should have a red sticker, and I apologize if I mispronounced any names, a red sticker, a red dot with a number 4. So if you have that, you're the paper and packaging breakout session. So the breakout sessions are putting the spotlight on these industry participants. And if you are what we'd call another participant, a role, maybe you're in academia or in government, we welcome you to join these as observers. Primarily, your opportunity will be to take notes and listen. We'll have a chance to call on you after the breakout sessions. But primarily your role is going to be observing. If you're in another industry and that isn't part of these 2 breakouts and you'd like to sit in and maybe listen, you're welcome to do that as an observer as well. Same thing goes for those who are joining online. You're welcome to participate as an observer. We are going to ask the observers and everyone to bring your workbooks and take notes. If you are learning some things and having some ideas from these, we do again want to collect these workbooks at the end of the conference. And so would love for you to participate in these. These breakout sessions are going to run until about 11:30. And then we're going to come back. We'll reconvene for just a very quick breakout, or excuse me, a very quick debrief before lunch. And so then we'll be taking an hour for lunch. So this is the bulk of what we'll be doing this morning. I'll be facilitating the building materials. Emily Wilson on our team will be facilitating the paper and packaging. And we'll have about an hour and a half. And our goal is to dive deep, to really understand what's important to you in your industry, to really start to think about what are some opportunities for hemp. And we're going to be taking notes on everything, capturing it. I did want to note that these will not be broadcast via YouTube. So these are just going to be the participants the industry participants in these breakout sessions. So the YouTube participants will bring you back during the plenary sessions. So that is one note. And if you have any questions, all right. Okay, so we are now unmuted. And if I can get folks' attention and recognize that we're right before lunch. And Kristen, can you hear me okay? All right. We want to put the spotlight on the observers who were watching the conversation and diligently taking notes. And we'd love to just hear what were two or three things that stood out to you from each of these. We were trying to understand what's important to the industry. We were trying to think about, what are the barriers and how might we overcome these barriers to the increased use of hemp in these product areas. We'll start with building materials. And for those who were observing that conversation, would love to just spend a minute or two. Were there a few things that stood out to you? Some ideas, important points that came out of that conversation as you think about what's next. Skip, go ahead, get us started. Oh yeah, and let's get you a microphone.
I got one.
How did you? Okay.
Yeah, it's a miracle. Yeah, it's the magic of Kristen. The thing that stuck out to me was someone that I don't know if they're here, but someone brought up the concept of the longevity. Well, several people brought up the concept of the longevity of these processes, of these building materials. And I have done some work or tried to do some work with the folks in Lahaina for the last year, trying to help them clean up their mess. And now they're in the rebuilding phase. And Hawaii is a very special place. The people have a very strong connection to the land. And this idea that something you can build for 100 years and nobody's going to move, I think that really resonates well in a community like Lahaina. And so I just was telling Jeff, and then somebody mentioned it also about other burn locations. We should start looking at those kinds of places because I think there would be a lot of acceptance for a different building technology as they're rebuilding in Lahaina. And there's a lot of skepticism of traditional government and everything. I can tell you what's been happening in Lahaina. They've basically been screwed over, but the people have, but there's people there that have a deep respect for the land. And I think that could be a great place to try to get some of these building concepts in and accepted.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Skip. Other things for those who were observing the building materials conversation, things that stood out to you that you think were important points. Anyone else who was listening to that conversation? Ideas? Yeah. And then well, in the back, and then we'll come up here in the front. Go ahead. Oh, no, you can speak. You can. Oh, sorry.
We focus on hemp is mostly the product will be 50% hemp-based or 80% hemp-based, and 30% hemp-based. What about those products 10% hemp-based? This potentially opens up more opportunities. Building materials, a huge category. Think about the savings how I know hemp has pretty good quality of self-absorption. What about the mass underneath the floor? What about the other stuff? I think there is opens up more opportunity. We have more industry people come from other industry outside. They say, "Oh, I know this property. Now I know the price." Maybe later they can consider so which I think that with you figure in that because they have existing manufacturing line. They should add something to improve the product instead of waiting with something dropped up and try to bring in the industry.
Yeah, so considering products that maybe have a lower percentage of hemp ingredients in it. I want to come up here, give you the mic here. We've got a mic. Yep.
So for me, we've kind of digressed a lot, but the notion that sustainability and green may not really sell to consumers, but health in building materials is a big driver. And that's something I wasn't really aware of or appreciated much.
Yeah.
But it's a big learning for me.
Yeah. So health as a driver in material. Yeah. So Kristen, over in the back next to you.
Something that came up, I just wanted to kind of maybe correct it slightly. We talked about some of the building opportunities that are here in Indian country here in the US and how we have a little bit more flexibility with Indian country. That is absolutely true. However, majority of tribes that are out there adopt the uniform building codes of the area where they're at. Okay. However, because they have their own sovereignty and their own entities that are there, they have the ability to be able to adapt and to be able to change those uniform building codes as well. But in order for, the majority of the tribal clients that I work with, we're going to need to have this collaborative study, and we're going to need to have this information that we're gathering here with the Global Hemp Innovation Center and conferences like this in order to bring that information to those tribal leaders and those tribal governments in order to inform those changes. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Any other observers from the building materials conversation? Yeah. Oh, let's get you a microphone here. That way the folks online can hear you. It's a race. Kristen wins.
You get a prize later. My takeaway from it was that to recognize that the problems that we are having aren't just here in America or in Ukraine with Sergiy or in New Zealand. But this is a worldwide issue for testing, compliance, regulation, and a must that will need to happen. So to be able to pull all that information together and have a consistency and a matrix that we can all work to all put in a pot and then take from that, I think would be a really great takeaway in the years to come.
Yeah, and that's one of the powerful parts of this conference is bringing together these different perspectives. Yeah, we got it. Okay.
I guess it was just the observation that there seems to be a lot of potential benefit from outreach and education of the people that are really influential in the construction space. So the architects come to mind there particularly. If you get more bang for your buck probably by persuading architects about the benefits of hemp-based construction than, say, the general consumer. And maybe a route to that, and possibly building engineers in that space as well. And maybe a route to that, which could already be happening, is through architecture schools and the students that are studying architecture and brainwashing them from an early age about hemp-based construction might be a useful route.
Great. Thank you. Let's, if we could take a moment to shift over to the paper and packaging conversation and what stood out to you from those of you who observed and watched and listened. Do you want to get us started?
Yeah, there were a lot of really interesting things were brought up, but one that stood out to me was the issue of specifications and standards and being able to connect what can be produced and generated in terms of products from the field and initial processing and what needs to go into specific downstream products and matching those up, having the ability to make products that the processing industry for paper, et cetera, is going to want to use and matches into what they're currently using. It was pretty clear that industry is not going to change how it does everything overnight to match hemp. Hemp's got to match what's already there.
Okay.
And so I think knowing what those standards are, knowing what those standards could be, and having the ability to generate hemp that matches those standards is going to be really important.
That's key. Okay, good. Other observers. Well, Kristen's got a microphone for you.
Yeah, I just want to offer a slightly different perspective to that because I heard that as well. You know, we're talking an industry that has been around for centuries, paper and packaging, certainly, you know, a little bit older than this university back in the mid 1800s. But the opportunity for hemp is to not follow an industry that has established itself in a single specification and actually use the variability and agility of the hemp product to change the nature of how we do paper packaging, containers, and all sorts of other things. So I think that we should celebrate and embrace that variability somehow, rather than get caught in standardized processes, which takes us back to yesterday's comment about not being a car company. You know, that the biggest limitation to car companies is the production line, and they produce a standard thing at scale and volume. And our opportunity is to break that.
Very good. Thank you. Other takeaways from the paper and packaging observers from that? Yeah, we'll come up.
As mentioned, we can produce like sustainable packaging materials, but there are still like challenges in terms of their recyclability, because usually we line it up with plastic on top of it, and maybe there are opportunities for us to improve the recyclability of the packaging materials, and it could be applied with other packaging materials, not only hemp fiber, but also with other paper packaging materials to avoid the non-recyclability of this materials. Yeah.
Great.
Hi, this is Ralph, remote.
We see you, Ralph.
Okay. Well, I think that a couple of things. Well, one is I agree with some of the comments that are being made that we don't want to follow existing products and just be hemp as a replacement. You know, at one time in 1850, cotton was worth more than gold. And I think that, and the reason is that Europe was interested in the quality of American cotton. And I think that that if we want to be a serious player in the world of hemp, then I think we need to focus on a handful of very high quality specifications that gets itself out of the loop of sameness, when making us just another paper type or packaging type. I think that there are some very unique features of hemp which are not well understood, but the UV penetration is one of them. So that's a very special thing that may have some value in a liquor box or photographic materials or whatever, is that I think that we're missing the specific high quality nature, and then we need to develop the genetics to support that in a meaningful way. A few years ago, we had 100,000 acres of hemp in the United States. Today, we have 32,000. Next year, it'll probably be 20,000. We don't have any support for getting the volumes to match what the industry could be. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Jeff if you're willing to just say a few words to close us down here, and then we'll give you instructions for lunch.
Thank you, Warren. And thank you, everybody. And thank you for your patience in the breakouts. You know, we had to make a major adjustment right off the bat with the building materials, because we had the panelists up front with everybody else looking at the back of heads. And that just was very untenable at that time. Point that I want to make, and I think this is a big picture deal, and I want to go back again to our opening yesterday and the principles that were taught by our Maori friends that are here about having to get together, organize, look forward, and as such. And that really came out in the building materials part, you know, because there was all these fragmented pieces. There's the hardcore business, there's health, and then there's kind of peripheral things. But I'm reading an interesting book right now. It's called Roots to Power, a manual for grassroots organizing. I kind of go tangential on what I read, but there's some real principles there for business and how we all can work together. And the obvious thing is you do better by organizing together than trying to do it all by yourselves. Everybody has to do their individual, what you're responsible for, who you have to answer to, you know, how you keep your doors open, private, public, you know, whatever it may be. But there is a real need to pull together. And I really hope that this workshop helps to look at these pieces of the supply chain, who all is there, coming out of these breakouts, what are the barriers? And then can we put a plan together? And that is part of the function that we have with WU, our folks over in the College of Business, others, supply chain management group, the consumer insights and marketing group, the finance group. I think we can really take a look at how can we help this group organize this information. And so your input that you're giving us is critical. And Warren, how we put together that report, how we review it, because we really do want to have, as Richard has said, we want an action plan, how to move forward. This isn't just something to go be put up on a shelf, but how do we take that and work that together? So again, thank you for your time you're investing with us. It's critical.
So as we close the morning session, we will be breaking for lunch until 1 p.m. We're going to come back after lunch and we're going to be repeating the breakout process, but we're going to have 2 new discussions. So we'll come back from lunch. We'll give you quick instructions for that, and then we'll be moving into breakouts this afternoon. So enjoy lunch. It's going to be next door. Same deal as yesterday, and we'll see you all in the next hour. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get started with our afternoon segment here, and we're going to have a second round of concurrent breakouts. And we're going to repeat the process that we used this morning. This time, we're going to have two sessions, one on biopolymers and composites, the other on carbon. Okay, and I want to give you just some information about who will be the industry sector participants for each. So for biopolymers and composites, we have Jason, Gregg, Baumbaugh, Robert Fleming, Rungu, Jim Sowers, Glenn, Gabriel, and Jason. And for carbon, we have Garrett, James, Feblin, Ajit, and Jose. Okay, and again, I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's names. So we're going to be in the breakouts for about an hour and a half. We will have one or two folks participating virtually in the breakout sessions as we did this morning. I'll be facilitating the session on biopolymers and composites. That's room 1. Emily Wilson's going to be facilitating the carbon session in room 2. And what we'd like to do is, again, really try to dive in and understand what's important to you from an industry perspective. What are some of the barriers and ideas to the use of hemp? So we're really trying to go deep, think actionable, think about what are the ideas that can move this forward. So with that, would like to invite you to move to the breakout sessions, and we'll convene in just a moment, and to let folks know that are watching via YouTube that we will not be streaming the breakout sessions. We will see everyone soon.
for those of you online who aren't in a breakout group, let me know which one you'd like to join. We have biopolymers and composites and then activated carbon. You can either come off mute or type in the chat, and I should be able to assign you to the breakout room. Thanks for being here. And if you just want to hang out, that's fine too. Just assigned you to activated carbon. Something should have popped up on your computer. If not, look on the toolbar on Zoom. And there's should be a button that says breakout rooms. And then if you're not seeing that, click the more button. There we go. All right. Hi, Ralph. Welcome back. Let me know what breakout you'd like to be in. We've got biopolymer and composites and activated carbon, and I can assign you. All right, Ralph, I just assigned you to the biocomposites breakout room. Something might have popped up on your computer. If not, on Zoom, look for the toolbar and there should be a button that says breakout rooms, and there might be a notification there.
And we're gonna share we have a couple folks that we're bringing back in. Give us one moment. Call them in. Okay. It doesn't work. Thank you, Drew. Okay. Okay, so we're going to Emily, I think we're good. Okay. All right, we got a little video we want to share before we get started here. This will just take a minute, and we'll go ahead give you a look at this. Hopefully folks online can see this as well.
All right, Joey, ready for you?
All right, that's welcome back, everybody. We hope you had a good couple of breakout sessions. This is our final segment of the day, and we want to do a couple things as we did this morning. We want to give folks a chance to just share some of your reflections from each of the breakout groups. You know, what was interesting, what were your takeaways from each of these, and then we're going to have a chance to talk about what needs to happen next. And we'll be doing a little bit of interactive work as we set the stage for tomorrow, when we want to really identify what are those most important priorities coming out of this conversation. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to call on the carbon folks from the carbon breakout, particularly folks that were observers, but if you were a panelist, feel free to chime in. We've captured some of the key ideas and takeaways, but if you participated in the carbon session, what were some of the things that you heard that you think are important as you think about our big challenge in this space? What were some of the takeaways? Say that again. We're going to give you a microphone.
Very, very simple response and contribution to the question. The application matters.
Application.
Yeah, the carbon.
Application matters.
Yeah, the application matters.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Isai. Yeah. Other takeaways. Yeah.
I admit I was a panelist, but
that's okay.
I think I felt like we accomplished wrapping our heads around where you could start, and that with so much possibility in the hemp itself, what part, how old, when do you cut it, how do you grow it, where are you, blah, blah, blah. And with so much possibility in the application, what pore size, what are you trying to replace? Are you filtering? Is it batteries? I think everyone feels a lot less scared of just starting to even see some data and get the connections going. So I feel confident that there'll be carbons made from this as the starting point.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Other reflections from the carbon conversation. Anyone else? Key takeaways that you had? we'll give you the microphone here.
Yeah, I think it was a very good session. My take is that, as I said yesterday also, that activated carbon is a big industry. I mean, it's a sector, it's been going on for years now, many, many decades. There are so many big players to get activated carbon from hemp. We produce hemp activated carbon. How do you get into that big market where there's so many big players and market is pretty consistent? And so I think there are a lot of research and development needs for hemp activated carbon. There are not many available in the literature as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, there's potential for it to be applied in a lot of different sectors. So I think R&D is pretty important, and also the connection with the farm, the people who would grow them, what kind of varieties we're looking at, how long it takes to mature. I know how long it takes, especially for hemp, industrial hemp, 3 months or something, but is that good enough to have the proper hemp herd so that we can convert into activated carbon? And what are the processes we take into account to make it highly activated, superior activated carbon so that it can be applied? And basically, we want to come up with an activated carbon that we design by ourselves so that it can purpose its needs in different sectors.
Good. Yeah. Thank you, Ajit. Let's shift gears to the other breakout, which was the biopolymer composites. I might ask you to kick us off here, and we'll give you the microphone.
Yeah, I didn't go to the karaoke bar last night, so I missed out on it.
This is your moment.
In the bioplastics workshop, it was a good long-ranging conversation around getting a common language and a common specification for all of the different suppliers, regions using hemp product, and also getting enough supportable evidence for those different bioplastics applications and that sort of thing. But the couple of points that really resonated with me came towards the end of the session, actually, and that was that most markets are too big to bring hemp to them, and we need to think hard about where hemp can be a disruptor and a differentiator, and expand the use of hemp and the introduction of it into adjacent markets. And I think that very fact rang home quite quickly. It was about thinking differently, and someone else made the point about thinking like the tech industry, and that we can develop as individual apps. We don't need to be the ERP system or the software platform. If we take an app kind of mindset to where the solutions might be, we'll probably find ourselves adopted in a far quicker and more acceptable fashion. And those two comments alone were quite fascinating and brought a lot home to me.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Other folks from the biopolymer composite conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I think it's been brought up quite a bit in a lot of the different sessions, and obviously something that you've just been talking about, R&D and characterization of the hemp. I think especially with bioplastics and composites and that sort of thing, having a better understanding of the actual characteristics of the hemp and utilizing research facilities and universities to actually get that data and that information, and then also to be able to disseminate it in a way that people can actually use it to select what kind of hemp they want to use and what would be best suited to the product that they want to make. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Other takeaways from that breakout session? Okay. Again, we've captured some of the ideas here. You've had a chance to think about all four of these sectors, and I'll just ask, are there some commonalities that you're seeing in terms of what are the common barriers, or what's the path forward? What are some things that you see across all of these different conversations? Anyone have some reflections from this morning and this afternoon, what you're seeing over these last 2 days? Yeah, we'll get to the microphone.
Just scale and standardization.
Yeah.
which is, but understanding that it is at an early point as well. So it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, the importance of scale and standardization. And we'll come over to Morgan over here.
I would tell you guys this is the last time you're going to hear from me, but we all know that's not true. So apologies. I was hopeful, and I'm not trying to be negative, that I would come here and I would learn from experts that would tell me what the value proposition they see in hemp is. But it's clear that we still don't know that yet. And but I would love for, as a primary processor, that like my job is to convert the raw material from the farm into a usable material for other folks. As you're an expert in your field, if you can continue to find ways to articulate to us what the value proposition is of hemp, because we don't have the resources or the bandwidth to do that. And it'd be really helpful for us to, as we're thinking of our strategy, as we grow our business and where we're going, to continue to do that SWOT analysis all the time. And since we have to be so diverse and we have to play in so many sandboxes, the more you can tell us and give us that feedback, the better I think we are at strategizing our own businesses. And I think that's against all 4 of the sessions. I wasn't obviously in 2 of them, but I bet it was very similar.
Good. Any other takeaways from across these 4 conversations? Yeah, and we'll get you a microphone.
This is probably pretty obvious, but I think a lot came up was the need for funding and sort of government support and incentives to really move the industry.
Yeah. So we've got a question up here for you. So folks online, we're gonna use the Mentimeter again. We used it yesterday. So we'll ask you to you can pull out your phone or you can log on your computer. It's menti.com, menti.com, and then the code is 3576-3485. And we have a simple question, which is what needs to happen next? So as we think about what are the actionable steps that can come out of this, that can be taken to grow hemp in the supply chain, what needs to happen next? And so, Maddie, if you can chat that out as well, remind the folks online. What we'd like to do is give you a moment to think about what needs to happen next. I know that's a big, broad question, but what are the actionable things that can come out of this conference? What are the ideas that you've been hearing? What's going to move the needle forward? The more, and I'm happy for you to have broad ideas, but you can be very specific and tactical. What needs to happen in the next 90 days? What needs to happen in the next 12 months? Or you can be more broad. So I'd like you to take a few minutes. You're welcome to have as many ideas as you'd like. We want to start to get these up on the screen. So we'll give you a few minutes to do this. What's the roadmap? What would it take to use industrial hemp in the manufacturing of products across these sectors we've been talking about? As we think about what needs to happen next, think about what are the practical products that could come out of this conference that would help support you, that would help support the industry. What would be the practical products, deliverables? What can happen next to support you? As Jeff said, what we don't want is just a report that goes on a shelf. Yeah. I want you to think about, I'll just call it a wow. What would be a wow that could come out of this as a next step? Something you really hope for, you don't expect, an idea that you're thinking about, but maybe don't want to put down. What would be your wow? What would be an idea that could make an impact? Go ahead and add any wow that you have. So we're up to almost 60 responses here, and this is very helpful. Again, anything specific and actionable, what needs to happen next to move this forward? What can come out of this convening? That's intentional that it's a 200 character limit. Yeah. That doesn't mean, yeah, if we get the concept, we can add the words to it. But all right, we'll give you just another moment here. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to have this, I'm not going to read these 77 responses, but they are going to be up on the screen. Hopefully this stimulates your thinking. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to find two other people here in the room, and I'd like you to share what you think needs to happen next from what you've been listening to, from what you've heard. What are your ideas? What are the practical things that can happen next? Site cannot be read. We'll get that disconnected. So I'd like you to take about 10 minutes or so in these conversations. You can turn to the person next to you, get in trios, and what needs to happen next? What are your ideas? What are the practical ideas and things that can come out of this? So take some time and then we'll reconvene.
It doesn't do that. Not automatically, periodically. It's not really possible. They're talking about like consumer I'm sure they've done study. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually explained. You'd have to do so much more. Right, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure out how I can all I'm hearing.
All right. So if I can get your attention, I want to get everybody's attention here. So yeah, this is great conversation for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if it's about dinner plans or if it is about industrial hemp, but we're glad there's conversation. Yeah, if you can, hopefully you can hear me now. So we asked this question, what needs to happen next? We had about 90 responses. You know, as you think about how you want to move the industrial hemp industry forward, what needs to happen next? What can come out of this convening that will make an impact? What are some of the things, and Kristen and I are going to run around the room. What are some of the things that you think are really important? What are the tangible, actionable things that you talk about? And you can share something that was up on the screen or something you talked about with your colleagues. All right, who's going to get us started? Because I know there are a lot of ideas. Yeah, all right. Greg?
I just wanted to get in before you.
Just two things I think from here. You know, you just said there was 90 recommendations up on the board, and we just came up with another 2 or 3 or more. I think the first thing is to start sitting down and ranking those somehow. Even on a 2x2 would be enough. And then the second thing is it takes a lot to bring a group like this together, especially when it's across borders like this. And so the hard part's been done. And now the question is, how do you keep them together? Can you keep them together in miniature working groups, meeting every month or something else to start actioning those recommendations once they've been prioritised?
All right. Well, I'm going to move the microphone around the room. What are some of the other ideas? What needs to happen next?
I think the big thing is just creating demand, like having an organization or consortium that really focuses on creating demand, education, awareness, promoting, lobbying, because I learned from Morgan, right? The supply is there, but we gotta create the demand. I'll let you take that one. Oh, you had a good one.
I work a lot with the United Soybean Board, which is a checkoff program. And the checkoff program has enormous influence on getting new products out there and getting the general public to understand that biofuels for airplanes made out of soy are better than petroleum. And that's a win that's happening right now. Ethanol with the corn program did the same thing. If you can create a pull for hemp into the market, then the entrepreneurs are going to jump into it and make that product for them.
Yeah. So the soybean board is a model. It's essentially something like that.
No, you're good.
All right, other ideas.
Oh, I was just gonna second that, but Greg and I both have products in the market, so it makes sense. We just need more pull for things that we currently make. So when I hear a lot of people in gatherings like this talk about their excitement to grow more acres of hemp, or when they're gonna have another plot of hemp, sometimes I get a little blurry-eyed because I'm like, okay, where's it going? And do we have the downstream demand? Do people buying what's out there? There's a lot of people who have been importing hemp fiber goods for decades to try and build that demand, and very grateful for some of those people. Lawrence Serban from Hemp Traders has been one of the legends in that regard. When America made nothing out of hemp, just kept bringing it into the country and bringing it into the country and finding ways to sell all sorts of stuff. So for people who have hemp goods currently, finding new markets or just essentially making more demand on what we have, that will cause more farmers to grow.
We had, and I guess it kind of ties on to sort of lobbying in a way, but as a precursor to that of what will be a range of sort of local and then national and then what can become international industry bodies, just to ensure alignment in creating industry standards. Because I think that's pretty clear, something that's come out of this, but if everyone goes and does it on their own as well, then we're not going to end up with at least international standards.
Yeah.
And then you have public education, but that ties into sort of the whole lobbying piece.
And say more about that. What is that? Why do that? What's the benefit? Why is that important?
Well, I think it's increased collaboration. So we said to create industry standard and norm. So the industry standards are the things where everyone agrees on a piece of paper what industrial hemp index might look like. So you have, if you want to sell something as this grade, it's got to meet these specs, and then everyone agrees to it. But then also just the norms, which is just what will just naturally come out of collaboration, where everyone's just like getting together in a room every so often. Just the amount of standardization that would happen through that collaboration aspect. And for those standards to be based on functional needs, because when you get into, I guess, lobbying and things like that, it can be a very sort of slippery slope or hard to differentiate between what is the need to do something a certain way out of a functional basis versus just special interests. So making sure that it doesn't go and quickly get the reputation of say like lobbying in the pharmaceutical industry. And then so I think those were two of the big things that could come out of it.
Good. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah, this New Zealand association that pulls science towards it, that really stuck with me, towards industry needs and these like long-term partnerships. What came up for me is how can universities more permanently partner with business and industry associations. Maybe there's some more permanent funded partnerships between industry and the university community so that we can really cultivate those conversations long term.
Yeah. And an example of what that might do would be what? Like what would be an example of a?
Well, to have some consistent testing protocols, right? For example, like we're doing a hempcrete test wall, but what are the ASTM protocols that we should be trying to meet? Now, like we haven't talked to anybody, but wait a second, there's all these players, but if there's an industry association that can, or maybe other specific industry parties that have a more permanent place at the university research level, and the university ends up being a steward long term because it's an institution that's kind of a little bit more of a nonprofit mission, just like the associations supposedly, but the associations have a special interest in, say, hemp. But the university has a bigger picture beyond just the hemp, So I think those kind of like long-term partnerships between industry and universities is an awesome direction to just consider possibilities on.
Yeah, good. We'll come back. Yeah.
This is sort of bouncing off of both of those, but I know that a lot of people here have each other's email and have an intuitive sense of who to CC in next in a given email chain. But I think similar to a teaming list in grant funding where, people are saying, I'm from X company, I do this, and I'm looking for that. It would be great to see, an continuously updated sort of family tree of who's around, what do they do? I'm a grower, I have land, I write grants, I could process, I could post-process, and how you're all attached so we all know, you don't forget, oh yeah, there is a battery thing going on. Let me ping them, I can see where they are, because you'd be surprised how fast we can only remember so many names. And I think that would help in cementing relationships and also extending, again, another layer outside where then, I've got concrete labs that test my material in concrete. So maybe they should be like, rather than a hemp researcher, why aren't we moving from the concrete ASTM into hempcrete ASTM with that lab that's not in this room at all, but is one layer off my family tree. And so I think that's helpful to just get I'd love to see a visual ecosystem of who's involved and how it could grow.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent. Yeah, Jeff's got a follow-up to that.
Maybe we'll have something tomorrow for this, but would you hold up your hand if you've met somebody you didn't know before and that was a useful contact? Wow. That's really cool. I think Kristen, where's Kristen? I'm sorry. I think what we want to do is get an Excel sheet and put all the attendees list names down one side and the other, and then maybe we can.
We are putting out, actually, we have plans to put out.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is that if we could then have everybody hand that out to everybody, and you then fill in the square with the people you met, we'll get a kind of a network map of who met somebody here that you didn't know before, and just it's kind of like a little network analysis. And I don't know if it's possible to paint photographic already, Kristen is our work like this tonight, so, but this is something.
Yeah. We'll do, yeah. Well, we've got some ideas on how to make the name tags a tool for that. I believe that Lek online had your hand raised. I'm going to open up. You can take yourself off mute.
Yep, that's so regarding the
industry university collaborations. One of the great tool for that used to be sorry, I'm notoriously bad with acronyms. SBIRs and USDA has this kind of vehicle. These are projects that are funded in stages. They promote the industrial university collaboration towards commercialization of products that need some research before they can be put on market. And each stage provides more generous funding. And so this would be one thing. The other thing that may be somewhat difficult at this stage of development of the industry, because nobody at this stage, I understand, has deep pockets enough, but there are university, industry, how do they call it? URBC research based centers or communities. Can't remember. This requires all members to pay their fees, and from these fees, typically the pre-competitive research that is selected by the group, by the industry members, is being conducted. I understand that this level of formalization that would give this kind of organization an NSF funding may not be possible at this point, but something to this in this direction could be established with much smaller entry fees by members, and thinking together, what would we need in terms of pre-competitive research that would move this entire field forward, so that say hempcrete houses could be filled in with the hemp-based carpeting and hemp-based linings and hemp-based sidings and whatever have you, right? Have this entire like complex, comprehensive approach to the thing, so that in one place the entire all fractions of the plant can be utilized. The more parts are being utilized in harmony, in sync, the greater value to the crop.
Thank you. Thank you. We took your 90 ideas that you put on the screen and we ran them through ChatGPT to say, well, what are the themes that have just come out of this? This is what ChatGPT said: communication and awareness, research and standards development, funding and economic strategies, industry collaboration and infrastructure, education and workforce development. So that's what ChatGPT did with your 90 ideas. How would you improve upon that, or what else would you want to say to add some more detail to prove that you're much better than ChatGPT? Yeah. What else needs to happen next? What are some things? Oh, wait, hang on a second. What's that? Critical mass. Critical mass of people. Yes. Special interest group. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So again, following some other industry models that you've seen that are successful. Yeah. Kristen? Yeah.
A big thing that would be really helpful is a list of grants that would be applicable to, what we're doing. A concise list. They say, hey, this would be a great grant for the industry overall, and then we can kind of pick and choose, and then getting some help, writing those grants, applying, with experienced grant writers, people that, have grants that have been granted, advising what it takes to get that. And then I know I've been talking about, some type of a traveling information roadshow, going to, communities, talking to, city council members, to building departments, fire chiefs, you know, the people that are basically blocking the industry from happening, just educating them.
And I know that Sergiy has done some of that in his work, he said.
Just to add to that too, even at an event like this would be great if we had somebody filming, you know, our experience, who we are, what we're doing, and getting it out there to other agencies so they can see the work that's happening under this grant. I know that I would like to have a list of everybody that's been here and attended so we can all share each other's contacts. It's hard to remember everybody at the and gather and collect all the details. So it'd be great for us to have access to all that too. But yeah, I think definitely film. Sometimes when we go to these other trade shows, you know, we get cornered sometimes and they do a little clip on, you know, what we're up to in the industry. So I think it would be great for us to do that too in this network.
Good. Yeah. And Kristen, you've got it.
I think that really kind of thinking a little bit long term is we should be bringing some of these ideas and bringing them together to affect the next farm bill, getting language specifically to hemp and some of the practices and the granting opportunities and the different agencies involved. You know, USDA gets approximately $500 billion a year to that organization. It's one of the biggest ones in the United States. So, you know, we're thinking long term. I think we need to be more active in getting language in the next farm bill. Secondly, I would like to see more research, possibly with other farming, because I come from the farmer representative. We've been told that hemp is a real good remediator for a secondary crop rotation with potatoes. Now, we grow potatoes in Idaho, where I'm from, believe me. And we, well, anyway, you know, we use a lot of nitrates and a lot of different chemicals and everything into our soil as being Native Americans. And we want to know if we did rotate hemp, because it's supposed to be able to take all these nasty things out of the soil, if we could collaborate with the potato growers and showing them effectively that it is a good remediation or a rotationary crop with the potato industry, that may help us along too. Just those comments.
Right. Thank you. Morgan.
So standards is something that we've heard for several years, and it's obviously taking a while. And we need to keep working on it, but maybe in the interim, and Jeff, this is maybe something when you put that Excel sheet, if everyone could just like do a black box of like what they do and what your incoming material is, and then what your finished products are, that way, like there's some context to who you are as a contact. And then maybe you can just start reaching out directly of like, you know, Gregg was so gracious to give us his specs. Like maybe we can just individually reach out and understand what the current specs are. Cause I think all of us just expect like, oh, we're going to say standards long enough, someone will finally fix it. And that's not going to happen. But so I think that maybe this is my engineer in me, but I just see like block flow diagrams for each company to help us understand like, what are you getting right now? What are you making? And then maybe we'll be able to make connections of like, oh, you make this. Well, I know someone who wants this. So it's more than just a contact, I think would be helpful. And we just start with this conference of people, and then maybe down the road, the industry will have a catalog like that.
Industry mapping. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess for me, this has been a great opportunity to get connected with people and situations and things that are happening that allow ideas start to percolate and come to fruition, I hope. And for me, one of the things that helped, I got to meet some of our other Native folks here that are in their communities. And, you know, we have a housing problem, houses that have been dilapidated and they need to be fixed. And I'm hearing about Sergiy, and then we met the other group that's, you know, doing similar things. All of a sudden, wait, you could rebuild a house or remake a house, and that could help. And that actually might last 50 years versus, you know, traditional inexpensive homes that were probably originally built that just, you know, so out of that, the idea, I've talked to Jolene, I've talked to Lisa and a couple others. And I'm like, I think there's something here that we're going to take away and hopefully be able to do something, not 5 years from now, but soon, because the industry to do that exists today. Talked about, with Gregg, even with the hemp floors, right? I mean, all things hemp and just something again that can last for 50 years. So I'm taking that away and I think that should be a takeaway for this group. That idea wouldn't have happened without this happening. So, thank you.
Yeah, it's great. Great.
Here you go. For our center.
Garnica.
Hi. I think the Excel sheet that Jeff mentioned could be the starting point to generate the database that we were talking about. So capability database and also supply chain information. So, and yeah, just a comment.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got time for another couple of comments, and I'm going to give you.
Who is it?
Here you go, Greg.
Something that's also very important to manufacturing and agriculture is the locality of it. And having American farmers growing American hemp to go into American homes. And New Zealand, the same thing. Because when I heard about the concrete situation in New Zealand, that just blew my mind. That was the mafia, it sounds like. But how do we keep your local farmers making it locally and selling it locally? And that's something that will take a lot of work because it's always cheaper to bring it in from somewhere else.
Okay, one of the comments coming out of our group was, and something that Morgan was after, was the unique value proposition, and especially based on the functional properties. So it was, one term for it was love of what the plant can do rather than the plant itself. And also, I think being very realistic about the pros and the cons, because anything on the market is competing with existing products. And you've got to look for the differentiator and what this marvelous plant can provide in functional properties that is different from existing things, and whether there's almost something we haven't thought of that would utilize those properties to produce a new product.
Yeah. Thank you. We've got time for one or two more comments. Go ahead.
Well, we were just talking about, coming from this, actually seeing a vertical where you actually see the streams where it can go. And for us, it's more like using the entire buffalo. We've always talked about that. This is the same way, where you now actually have these viable streams that are, and as Jim had said, housing's a big issue for those of us in Indian country. We know that there's amount of the biomass that can be utilized for it. There's other earning verticals that are there if you're looking at a dual crop where you can do the grain or the seed, and then you have maybe the lesser biomass that's left over. Now we know that can go towards these other things of activated carbon or other sources or whatever. But you start being able to make a picture. And, maybe more importantly for myself is I'm kind of having these discussions with different tribal groups and stuff. You start being able to, as we discussed, be able to start to tell the story of what it could do, because that's actually what's been a little tiny bit missing beforehand. Is we talked about in the beginning here with a plant that supposedly can do everything and under the sun and, and unicorns and pixie dust, as Jeff says. And, I can't sell unicorns and pixie dust. I have to have a story that's based in reality that I can then go discuss with my clients. And I think we're getting much, much closer to that being a reality. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to close this this segment and begin to close down for the day. Thank you all. This input we're going to be using as we move into tomorrow, where we're going to be doing some prioritization and really honing in on some of these ideas as we move towards the close of the session. So we'll be taking all of this input as well as the ideas that have been coming in over the last couple of days. And tomorrow will be about understanding where there's some energy, some priorities, what needs to happen next. So we'll be doing some of that work tomorrow. A couple of things that just some housekeeping. We're going to have dinner tonight at 5 o'clock. So it's going to be in the room next door. So we'll have drinks and also food, and that's going to be in the same room. So that'll be at 5 o'clock. Also, there's been some interest among folks to do a tour of the university. Apparently there's some pretty incredible labs and microscopes and buildings made of.
Oh, here, I'm sorry. Is John still here? Okay. Oh, there he is. John, come here.
So first of all, the expo is now over. So please remove your exhibits from the expo, and there won't be an expo tomorrow morning. Second, I had a request for a tour of the forestry facilities here on campus. I'm trying to set that up. Well, we will have a tour. And if you're interested in joining tours, so I want to take people, we'll look at the fancy stuff, electron microscope lab and the NMR lab. And so that's just to be impressive. And then we will also go to the forestry facilities, where we'll look at, I'm trying to get us into what's called the Emerson lab, which is a engineering lab where they have constructed a three-story building and then shook it like an earthquake. So that's pretty impressive. And I'll show you a little bit about the Richardson lab, which is where I am, and some of the facilities there. Then we'll take a half-mile walk down to the Oak Creek Center, where we have an 8-foot by 8-foot hempcrete wall that Joseph has been instrumental in building, and other people, but yeah. And so you can have a look at that, and we'll explain the machine that it's going to go into and how it's going to get tested and things. The weather machine, that's right. Well, it's the multi-chamber, a modular environmental control system, which we call them a MEC. From there, it's about maybe a 10-minute walk back to Hilton. So, and it's going to happen after lunch, so probably like 1:30 or whenever we get together. It depends on how many people. If there's a lot of people, we'll have to go in 2 different groups and try to coordinate. So.
Please sign up we have a makeshift sign up sheet on the front desk for you. So please make sure to put your name down so we know how many leaders we need to do the tour.
Okay, that's about right.
Yeah. Question? Oh, you just wanted to send it to her. Okay. All right. You can see up in the screen, if you are willing to share your contact information, we didn't ask for that prior, but if you are willing to share your contact information, go ahead and you can get onto this link, and we would love for anyone who's able to do that. Go ahead and give permission to share your information. So we'll keep that up, and we'll put it up tomorrow morning as well. And if you have trouble getting onto this link, you can just see Kristen, and she'll be able to capture your name. So we are going to reconvene tomorrow. Oh, Kristen, quick comment.
We would like to get a group photo before everybody leaves this room before we go to dinner, because some of you might be leaving tomorrow. So we'd like to have you all gather up at the front there so we can get a nice group photo, please.
Yeah. So we'll do a group photo. And tomorrow we are going to have breakfast again at 8 o'clock. It'll be in the room next door. We're going to convene at 9 o'clock. We're going to have our close at 12:30. So we'll be adjourning at 12:30 and then there'll be lunch. So just to give you a sense of what we'll be doing tomorrow. And again, tomorrow is about setting some more priorities and really taking these ideas and thinking about what those actionable next steps are. So with that, I am going to ask Vonice if you would be willing to close us down for today. And then we'll do a group photo after that.
Kia ora, everyone. Wow, what a day it's been. I've learnt so much today. So thank you for everyone for participating and sharing their knowledge. So we're just going to close with our closing karakia. Do you want to say it along with me again? We can do it line by line. So it's a little bit of a tongue twister. So I'll try and take it slow so you can understand. Ka whakairia te tipu. Kia wātia ai te ara. Kia tūraki whakatahai. Kia tūraki whakatahai. Haumi e, hui e. Tae ki e. Kia ora.
So we're going to do a group photo. We're going to come up to the front. We're going to get everybody. Maybe in this corner. You want to